Hello there. How are you guys doing? Well, hope your week is going well. So far, haven't really done that much this week except running errands, but that's been going pretty well. So, anyhow. Yes, it's quite an interesting party that she was not invited to. I don't think there's been any murder yet, but I still need to actually, well, figure out if there's someone missing, as I said last stream. So yeah, I'll probably start out the game today by just looking around and checking who's there and who isn't. And no, the lockdown is, I think, the 8th is gonna be the first day after this lockdown. Well, that's the current plan. Don't know if it's gonna stay this way. They might extend it again because they just did last weekend. So, yeah. Still in lockdown, and our lockdown got extended. So there's that. I'm not sure you can see them, but right above me, like here, I have a dream catcher. I just think they're pretty. Anyways, right here-ish, you can see the fact that I'm now hanging up my masks to dry because now we're supposed to wear FFP2 masks. You can look up what that means if you don't know yet. Either way, that's been interesting. And apparently you're able to leave them to dry for 7 days and then wear them again. So yeah. To be honest, I prefer the fabric masks. But the FFP2 are still comfy enough, so it's fine by me. As long as they fit me. Because not all of them do. I have a very weird face shape. Anyhow. Don't know how stuff is going in your countries. But yeah, over here it's, well, could be going better, but could also be going worse. We'll see how it's going to change. Well, the thing is, I guess you could do that, but on the other hand, that might also cause issues, and how often do you replace that alcohol, and does it evaporate quickly enough? I mean, I guess it probably should. But either way, I'll just stick to the proper recommendations, which is to leave them to dry. So, yeah. Anyways. I'll actually start up the game. Is it gonna show up? There. Nice. Thanks for sub! 24 months! So that's 2 full years. Wow. Let's see. Continue. Yes. Yes, it definitely has been. So, time to check who's here. So this would be Yvette, I believe, and the detective. So. I'll just draw a tiny circle next to their names, just to keep track of everyone. So, seen those two. Over here, that would be... yeah, that is quite interesting. I don't know how that works. But, well... It's only like 5 hours off. Maybe you rewatched VODs? Like, I don't know if it counts VODs as stream time when it comes to watching it. So, anyways. There's the Countess. And Ziggy. Sure, I've got his name somewhere. There he is. And who's that again?
Snappily dressed man looks like an accountant.
Oh, right. Right. It's a Sierra game, therefore doesn't actually save the settings properly. Fair enough. No worries.
This snappily dressed man looks like...
I'll just talk to him. Figure out who he is.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Miss Bell.
Oh, alright. Wasn't sure. But now I know. That's Najir. So. Seen all of those people. And over here, that's... What's his name? I think that's Carter. Or, no. Carter is missing. That's Carrington. Right?
Good evening, Dr. Carrington.
Yes, that's Carrington.
Good evening, Miss Bow. Good evening.
So, we're missing Carter, who was definitely at the party already. Anyone else? Oh, we're missing Dr. Olympia. We're missing Steve Dorian, obviously, because he's the one who disappeared. And we're also missing Dr. Smith, the guy with the fez. So, I'll actually make a list of them. Just to, as I said, keep track of them. One of them might be dead, so... So. Carter. I do think Wolf is back guarding the museum. So. So that makes four people who I've currently lost track of. Let's see if we can find them. Oh, he's still here.
The rest of the museum is off limits. And you are spooking their man.
So I'm guessing that's not...
semi-happy.
Yeah, it's not someone I can interact with. Just wanted to double check.
It's a happy party go. It's a happy... It's a...
Maybe they're outside? I mean, they might be. Can't see anyone out here.
A parked car. Note the a park.
Okay. I can't go anywhere from here. So, they are still missing. I'll check the shop. Yes, they're not moving. Just wanted to make sure. Don't know what I'll have to do to get them to move again. I'll just have to figure it out.
It's a fin.
Yeah. Nobody in here.
Nice.
I mean, there might still be a trapdoor under here. So, just checking if she notices anything while walking over the carpet. Apparently not. So, I don't think the dagger is hidden somewhere else in this room, but I don't know. It might be. So, I'm not sure if I can listen in on any conversations. I mean, I can try again, but... that doesn't seem to work right now. Because last time I was like, walking around that part of the table and that's when it went into the eavesdropping screen. So. Maybe I have to hide somewhere to eavesdrop on these two? I don't think so. Oh,
Ryan,
fine.
I'm having the hardest of times keeping my hands off you.
Not here, Yvette. There's too many people.
They are not important. You are the most powerful man here, my Ryan.
What about that Carrington guy? He's president of this museum.
The doctor, he is old and weak. You are the young one and strong.
And what would you be wanting, Miss Bow?
Oh, well, I thought I heard you call my name.
Mm-hmm.
You must have been hearing things. I didn't even mention your name.
Oh, sorry. I've got to be going now. Excuse me.
Alright. So, that's Smith. So, he's back again. Somehow. This area hasn't changed. And there she is. So, Smith is back. I don't know where he was. But, Dr. Carter, Dr. Klaus and Steve are still missing. So I don't know where any of those are. We might find out eventually. So, still trying to see if there's anything I can do here. Apparently not. Yes, just walking through them. I'm glad they don't mind. I mean, they are looking this way, so I don't think I should stand over that way. It's difficult, because you just need to click the correct pixel. Maybe not, then. Maybe I can listen to the other two. There.
And what were you doing when that fancy dagger was being stolen then?
Let me see. I was sleeping in my hotel room.
You don't sound too sure about that.
I haven't been sleeping too well since I arrived in this country. I'm tired, so I'm not thinking too well.
You're not sleeping well. Would you be having a guilty conscience then?
I do not understand your meaning, Mr. O'Reilly. Perhaps it is the English. It is such a curious language, not as clear as the Egyptian.
Well, you say the dagger is what brought you to this country. If I were in your position, I'd be tempted to steal it.
Steal what has already been stolen? The Dagger of Amon Ra belongs to the Egyptian people, Mr. O'Reilly, not to Dr. Carter, not to this museum, and not to this country.
I'd be watching what you're saying, Dr. Smith. You're digging your hole deeper with every word.
Amon Ra will seek his own vengeance on those who have removed his dagger from Egypt. Amon Ra does not require my help.
But he did also say that he was...
stolen. Were you alone?
Whatever.
That, sir, is none of your business.
Ah, that's where you're wrong, Dr. Smith. It is my business as long as you're a suspect in the burglary.
A suspect? Do you Americans have no shame? I'm here to gain the return of the dagger by legal means. Ask Dr. Carrington.
I have talked to Dr. Carrington, and I know he told you no dice.
The matter is not settled until the last camel drinks from the water of the oasis.
What's that? Some kind of Egyptian double talk?
Excuse me, sir, but I see a turkey leg on the buffet table that requires my attention.
Alright. Seems they're back again.
Ben Carter is a tall,
Yeah.
dignified, middle-aged gentleman.
So maybe they're fine after all. Well, I've taken notes on all the people who are missing, but they've all showed up again. So I guess they're still all alive and well. How very disappointing. Hello, how you doing?
If you want to know my theory about it, I think it was stolen by an Egyptian. No offense to your people, Mr. Nadir, but I think there is a secret sect of Egyptian sun worshippers who have sent an envoy here to steal the dagger.
Countess, I hardly think that's likely. Secret sects like you're describing haven't existed in hundreds of years.
Oh, really? And what makes you such an authority on secret sects, Mr. Nadir?
Well, I am only expressing my opinion, madam. I'm certainly not an expert on the subject.
Quite so. I think my theory is as good as anyone's, darling, and I heard it from a reliable source.
Oh? Who was that?
Never mind. Let's just say my source has never been wrong before.
There's always a first time for everything, Countess. I still find your theory far-fetched.
Since you seem to be listening, Miss Bow, what do you think of my theory?
What? Oh, I definitely think it's worth considering, Countess.
There, you see, Mr. Napier.
Oh, come on, Laura.
Seriously?
That's not very nice.
Of course, it is kind of far-fetched.
Huh, well, I never. Excuse me.
Wow.
Oh, did I say something wrong? I'm sorry.
Laura's so ridiculous. Fair enough. Anyone who wants to take naps while I'm streaming is, like, perfectly allowed to do so.
I'd rather not talk about it right now.
Yeah, no kidding. DeWall's got ears around here. And so does certain nosy reporters, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I simply must speak to Dr. Carrington.
Okay.
Sure
Hello.
thing, Toots.
So, can you stop on these two? For science? No? Oh. You sure I can't? Fine. Oh, thanks for stopping by. Even if you can't hear what I'm saying. No. Oh. Yeah.
Well, ain't you the hoity-toity dame these days? I almost didn't recognize you with your clothes on.
Excusez-moi, am I knowing you, sir?
Ziggy's my moniker. You gonna pretend you doesn't know me?
Ah, you are making the joke with me, no? Perhaps you have confused me with someone else?
I ain't joking. You're Yvette Delacroix. I'd know that body of yours anywheres.
I am sure I am not knowing what you mean, Monsieur Ziggy.
Oh, I get it. Yous is worried one of these hi-hats is gonna hear us, right? Oh, okay. I'm clued in. We can talk later.
Alright.
Are you enjoying the culinary delights this evening, Miss Delacroix?
This food, it is adequate. I do not eat so much. This way I maintain my figure, no?
Ah, yes. And a lovely figure it is, Miss Delacroix.
Merci, Dr. Carrington. You are so kind.
I feel we've known each other long enough. Please call me Archibald.
As you wish, Archibald. I am yours to command, as always.
Wow.
Miss Bow, is there something I can do for you?
Oh, no. I was just admiring Miss Delacroix's dress.
Merci, Miss Bow. And your gown, it is a bit out of date, but charming nonetheless.
Thank you, I think.
Well, if you ladies will excuse me, I must mingle with the guests.
Well, well, look what the leprechauns dragged in.
Hey, now watch what yous calls me, O'Reilly. I don't know what that leprechaun thing is, but I don't like the sound of it.
I'm sure you've been called worse things, smart guy.
Only by low-class type poisons, O'Reilly. By the way, ain't you afraid of being seen with me?
Cops talk to stoolies all the time, and I was wondering what you're doing here.
I'm a big patron of the arts. That's the kind of high-class guy I am.
Sure.
You don't even know what the word patron means.
I does too.
Okay, what does patron mean?
Hey, ain't that the countess I see over there? I needs to talk to her.
So much talking going on.
One thing I am admiring about the Egyptian man is the way he is treating his woman, with the strong hand and the firm words.
Well, that is the proper way, as our culture teacheth us.
Which is not to say our culture is primitive by any means. Our civilization has evolved over thousands of years, so our methods are quite well thought out and practical.
And the Egyptian man, he is very skilled in the private matters as well, no?
Well, speaking for myself, I feel it is my sacred duty to be knowledgeable in all matters that concern me.
I've certainly had no complaints about my skills, Mrs. Delacroix.
Ah, Miss Bow, I didn't see you standing there.
Ahem. Well, I hear another turkey leg calling my name at the buffet table, so if you'll excuse me.
The turkey leg, it sounds good to me also. I'll accompany you, Dr. Smith.
Okay. So... Okay. Not them, I guess. Who else can I listen in on?
Countess, they tell me you were married to the last museum president, no?
Yes, darling, that's correct. Sterling Waldorf Carlton was such a charming man, and so wealthy. My heart is just an empty void without him.
Yes, Sterling was such a nice man. It's too bad that he's worm food now.
Ew! I prefer to think that Sterling is still with me, in spirit.
Oh, I'm sure his body is crawling with maggots by now. But if his spirit is with you, let me know because I'd love to see it.
It is hard to lose a loved one. No? I understand you were only married this short time, Countess.
Yes, I had only 2 short but charming months of married life with Sterling before he died.
And how long had you known this man before you were married?
Oh, we met just 1 charming month before we decided to get married. It was love at first sight.
Where did you meet him?
Oh, I had only been in this country a few weeks when I met Sterling on an offshore casino ship. It's quite legal to drink and gamble there, you know, and all the right people attend. Sterling was so charming, he just swept me off my feet.
This Sterling, he must have had the large broom.
It's just a manner of speech, my dear.
Sterling was a wealthy man. You must have inherited a nice fortune, Countess.
The money doesn't matter, darling. Actually, there's an annoying problem with the estate right now. It seems Sterling was changing his will when he died to give me more money, perhaps. Anyway, I'm sure my attorney will take care of the problem.
Too bad you can't dig him up to finish his new will.
Yes, quite.
So, that was all very interesting. So, she knew him for a grand total of 3 months? And in that time, look, they got married after knowing each other for a month. And then he died 2 months after they got married. That's not fishy at all.
The archaeology, it is such a masculine profession. Breaking into the ancient tombs with your sledgehammer, thrusting your way into the treasure chambers, touching the gold artifacts. It is also stimulating, no?
Yes, well, when you put it that way, I guess it is rather stimulating being the most important archaeologist of all time.
And it is such a burden to bear this greatness, no? With such pressure to perform, you must be perfect all the time.
Yes, you have a unique understanding of my problems, Yvette.
Your problems, they are obvious, no?
Very kind of you to say that, but there are many who misinterpret my actions. They don't understand the pressure of having famous relatives in the same line of work, and having to compare oneself to them all the time.
Oh yes, poor him.
But the Tutankhamun find, it is nothing when compared to your discovery, no?
Of course not.
Correct. I didn't realize you knew so much about archaeology.
I know many things, Dr. Carter.
So I've heard. Maybe we should discuss archaeology sometime.
I'd love to hear about the work you do, Dr. Carter. Perhaps later tonight?
Well,
will you be working late tonight?
Oh, yes. I think everyone will be here tonight, no? There is much to be done to prepare for the opening of your exhibit tomorrow.
I was planning a break for tea around 3 a.m. if you'd like to join me.
It sounds wonderful. Perhaps you would come by my office then?
I'd be delighted.
It is so gracious of you to take the time to speak with me.
Nonsense. Think nothing of it.
How will I ever repay you for this courtesy? I know how busy you are, Dr. Carter.
I'm sure we'll think of something. And call me Pippin.
Well. So, 3 a.m., her office. Sure, that's gonna go well, and I probably won't find any dead bodies.
Me, you camel driver.
Dr. Carter, I will stop bothering you when the dagger is safely back in Cairo.
I don't know if you've noticed, but the bloody dagger has been stolen from the bloody museum, you great twit.
I see no reason to exchange epithets with you, Dr. Carter. I am aware of the burglary. I am also aware that no evidence was left behind, and the dagger case was not harmed. In fact, I think you removed the dagger from the exhibit.
Me? Me? And what bloody reason would I have to steal my own bloody dagger from my own bloody exhibit?
The dagger is not yours, Doctor. It belongs to the Egyptian people. As to why you stole it, I do not pretend to understand your twisted American thinking. Perhaps you wanted to keep the dagger for yourself, in your own private collection.
Perhaps I should ask why you're shifting the blame onto me, you insignificant peasant. It would be very clever of you to steal the dagger, then stay about to start rumors about someone else stealing it.
Only an archaeological thief would make such an accusation, Doctor. Now I'm sure that you stole it for yourself.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
Did not?
Did.
Did not.
Did.
Gentlemen, please.
Who asked you?
Mind your own business, you nosy reporter.
But
I have more important things to do.
Our discussion is far from over, Dr. Carter.
That's what you think, you malodorous buffoon.
Well, that discussion sure was interesting. To be honest, so far I still prefer the first game, but I'm not done with this game yet, so yeah, like I haven't seen everything by far. Haven't gotten out of this area. The first game had a lot of locations in comparison, because so far I've been in this room and in the gift shop. Well, since entering the museum and actually trying to start the investigation. So, yeah. Don't quite know how it's going to change in the next couple of acts. I'm guessing I'll be able to go to Vet's office later. So. But basically, I do like the game so far. The voice acting is a bit weird at times, but it's fine. We've had worse, by far. I mean, sure, modern voice acting tends to be better. Like, there was the weird staticky sound when, Laura was talking to, Steve, I think his name is, right? I think it's Steve. When she was talking to him outside. So, there's that. And, yeah, well, the plot is interesting so far. But some of the controls are a bit tricky.
You are interested in the great art, no? Then you should come with me this evening. I'll give you the personal tour of the old master's gallery.
Well,
I guarantee that you will not be wasting your time. You will enjoy it very much.
Sure.
Well,
You are studying the art at the université, no?
Well,
Yes, but...
Then it is settled. I will give you the private tour in a little while, no?
Alright.
But
There is no need to thank me yet. I will be enjoying it as much as you will.
So, did I just miss my opportunity to talk to that guy? Is he gonna show up again? Everyone left. Wow. Yep, they're all gone. Lovely! So, going back here. So I'll skip through them. Can't listen to those two. Was I able to listen to those? No. I'll make sure the speed is up all the way. But yeah, I still haven't been able to ask Steve that many questions. So, I don't want to waste my possibly one and only opportunity to do that. Okay.
And what this do? And
Good talks. I'm sure it sounds lovely to be skipping through all those dialogues. Not really focusing that much on it, so. Anyways. Saving. I'll overwrite that save. So.
Are you having a nice evening, Mr. Dorian?
Well, it's much, much better with you nearby.
Sure.
I'm afraid I don't know the gentleman. I don't get out much.
Well, who does these days?
That particular gentleman is a little too full of himself for my liking. I suppose he has reason to be, though, being a famous archaeologist and all.
No.
I don't know anyone that important, Miss Bow. Oh, wait. I saw him on the docks. He came in on the Andrea Doria. He had the biggest, heaviest trunk I've ever seen. You know, it smelled kind of funny, too.
Okay. I think I've written that down. Yeah. Guessing he was possibly transporting... well, maybe an artifact or a dead person or both.
Oh, he's a decent fellow, I think, but sometimes I wonder if he drinks a little.
Uh-huh. Yeah, giant, smelly, heavy trunk. Totally not corpse in there.
Are you having trouble with your throat, Miss Bow? Maybe you should drink a glass of water. I've never met the fellow. I do my own laundry, Miss Bow. I've never had the pleasure of meeting your father, Miss Bow.
I mean, could be anything in that trunk. I don't know.
Oh, that dime store hoodlum used to lurk around the docks all the time. I haven't seen him in a long while.
Yay, I can finally ask people about that guy.
Isn't she a charming lady? A little eccentric, but I think that's colorful, don't you? She's a lovely girl, Miss Bow, but she makes me just a little nervous.
Oh, really? You think she's lovely, do you?
Well, sure. A man would have to be blind not to see that, right?
I think she wears a wig. She looks cheap.
Wow.
Her hair looks real to me.
How come she makes you nervous? You're big enough to take care of yourself.
Well, she's kind of pushy, if you know what I mean.
No, I'm afraid I don't. And I don't think she's your type.
Let's talk about something else.
I suppose so, since this topic seems to make you nervous.
Well. Charming, Laura.
Oh, he's an okay Joe, I guess. He sure takes his job seriously. Why, that's me, Miss Bow. Steve Dorian, Stevedore student. Remember?
Nope. Doesn't ring a bell.
She's some really rich lady. I saw her on the docks one day. She met Mr. Carrington, as a matter of fact. He's a studious gentleman, isn't he? I wish he'd been there to help me when I was taking trigonometry.
I don't think that would be allowed. Because I think that would be considered cheating.
Oh, he's that hot-tempered Egyptian fellow who was shouting at Dr. Carter that day on the docks. He seems nice enough now. Maybe Dr. Carter just said something to set him off that day.
Maybe. So. Yeah, probably can't listen to those guys. Just based on the way they're standing. So, I can ask him about locations and stuff. Just to make sure I'm thorough. Since that guy doesn't seem to stop anywhere. So,
That's a
right
fine
now.
paper, Miss Bow. I try to buy a copy for my mother now and then, when I can. She loves to read the advice columns.
Well.
I really admire the police. They put their lives on the line just to keep us safe. I do my own laundry. Working at the docks is just a temporary thing. I'm going to support my mother and myself as an artist someday, as soon as I graduate with my art degree.
Good luck with that.
The Linedecker is one of my favorite places in the whole world. I've never seen so many wonderful things in one place before.
Do you like living in New York, Mr. Dorian?
I suppose so, but I've never lived anywhere else, so I don't have much to judge by.
Fair enough.
I know some folks like to, but I never go to places like that, Miss Bow.
Well, she does. She goes there all the time. For work.
You carry a notebook, I carry a sketchbook sometimes. I used to anyway. The boys at the dock tease me about it. I suppose your magnifier helps you in your investigations, Miss Bow? You're the most remarkable woman I've ever met.
For carrying a magnifying glass. Alright then.
Miss Bow, if you're thirsty, I'll go get you something to drink. You don't have to carry that glass around.
How generous.
Has 1926 been a good year for you, Mr. Dorian?
Yes, Miss Bow, it has. I'm enjoying my sophomore year of college very much.
You're attending college? What's your major?
Art. I hope to be a famous painter someday.
That's wonderful, Mr. Dorian.
Oh, it's no big deal.
Alright.
What do you make of the theft of the dagger, Mr. Dorian?
I think it's awful, Miss Bow. Just awful.
Who do you suppose could have done it?
Anyone.
I have no idea who could have perpetrated such a terrible thing. I just hope they get what's coming to them, that's all.
So do I, Mr. Dorian. Do you know much about Egyptology, Mr. Dorian?
I'm afraid I don't. I wanted to take a class in it this semester, but I couldn't quite manage it.
Alright. So. I've asked pretty much everything. Now, I'll save after. So. I'll go eavesdrop.
You are interested
There.
in the great art, no? Then you should come with me this evening. I'll give you the personal tour of the old...
Well...
I guarantee you are... Then there is...
Okay. So, saving there. But yeah, I don't trust the guy.
Achtung! Terrorists are not allowed in this room at this time. You are disturbing the paintings. Raus! You leave now! Mach schnell!
Great German accent. 10 out of 10 doesn't sound like a native speaker at all. So, this is quite the museum. That look.
It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. His name is Rex. Isn't that clever?
No, it's not. Where's she going? Okay, then. Oh. Wow. What's this place?
An empty chest from the 15th century. Although the carvings on the exterior are crude, cut into the wood by someone with little talent or ability for wood carving, the chest now resides in a museum, simply because it's old. Kind of makes you stop and think, doesn't it?
Well. She really doesn't like that chest.
The door is locked. When you touch the doorknob, you get a heavy coating of dust all over the palm of your hand.
Interesting. Wow.
The mummified corpse of Amenophis III, also known as Amenhotep III, or Memnon by the Greeks. He built large temples to Amon-Ra, both at Karnak and at Luxor. In the 5th year of his reign, Amenophis marched into Nubia to quell a mighty rebellion. He also ruled over the Mesopotamians, since his kingdom was quite large. We also know that Amenophis was a mighty hunter who slew 102 lions during the first 10 years of his reign in his spare time. Now he's dead.
Well. Glad you mentioned that, because I wouldn't have guessed. So, what's that? A necklace, I think?
Looks. Can be.
What is it?
An inner mummy cough Hatshepsut at
Fine, just pick it up then.
Don't touch it.
What is that?
You pick it up and
there.
place it in your purse.
Found it.
Now you're just... Don't touch. Don't touch.
What's that? Is that bloodstain?
Apparently the shoe's owner stepped in some of the blood. It apparently belongs to a dainty foot. There's a narrow red footprint from a woman's high-heeled shoe on the floor.
Kiddin'. So it seems we've got our first murder. So, don't have a map of this place, but I'll still try and take proper notes anyways. I think I've got the shoe. Or no.
A gold Egyptian Ankh medallion with a bit of blood on it.
Okay. So. I mean, I don't think he wears high heels, but I haven't paid that much attention to his shoe choice. So, anyways. But I figured I would have heard if he was wearing high heels, because those are pretty loud. So,
a mummy coffin whose cartouches identify the occupant as Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh, daughter of Thothmes I. The inner coffin is located to the right of this one.
Wait, so...
A mummy coffin built during the 19th dynasty. Inside and outside, both coffin and cover are decorated with large figures of gods, vignettes, and inscriptions from the Book of the Dead, as well as emblems and decorations painted in bright colors.
So, I'll just say it's in front of the mummy coffins.
There's a narrow red footprint from a woman's high-heeled shoe on the floor.
Okay.
There's a narrow...
So, can I look at this
You
thing?
see the initials PS engraved on the back of the Ankh medallion.
Okay. Interesting. So, PS. Do we know anyone with that? With those initials? Yes, we do. Mr. Smith. He does indeed have those exact initials. So. No, I think he's the only one who does. Can I look at the door?
On close inspection of the door, you see two heavily faded words that were painted on the door at eye level, although some of the letters in the words are totally unreadable. EM space L space YE space S
Okay.
space Y.
Weird. I'll just find a page to write that down on.
On close inspection of the door, you see two heavily faded words that were painted on the door at eye level, although some of the letters in the words are totally unreadable. EM space L space YE space S O space Y.
I don't think we know anyone whose name is... well, anything that starts with EM. Or do we? As I said, I'll actually write it down. So, EM space L space
EM space
Y
L space YE space S
O
space Y.
Okay. Okay, I'm not entirely sure whose door that is. Looking through all the names. And it doesn't seem like anyone's name. And the previous... Well, I don't think that show is much of a thing over here. I mean, I've heard about it, but that's about it. So, the previous director of the museum was called Sterling. So that doesn't work. Do I know anyone with the same last name? I'd say the only thing I'd want to know right now is this a name I've heard in the game? Or is it one I've just got to wait for? Because, well...
On close
Okay. So not a name I've heard.
This is the Life Mask exhibit. You haven't seen this many dead-looking, expressionless faces since your accounting class at the university.
Wow.
This head is from the Cape region of Africa. This head is from Arabia. Your thoughts are suddenly... This head is from England. You ponder whether or not he always looked so grim. This is the life. This is... This... The head is from Brazil. It reminds you of your great-aunt Marjorie, who went to Brazil to treat her brain fever and never came back.
I've got questions about that.
It's the head of a Cro-Magnon man. My, how people have changed. It's the head of an Australopithecus man. Poor little fellow. The plaque says there were animal tooth marks in his skull.
Well, lots of questions.
The head looks like that of a North American Plains Indian. You've read many exciting stories about the American Indian. This is the... This is... This...
Clicking on these is difficult.
This head is French-Canadian.
Okay.
You wonder if French-Canadians are anything like Creoles and Cajuns. This appears to be the head of an Eskimo. You wonder if they really do use every part of a seal. It's the head of an Australian Aborigine. He looks elemental and wise.
Wow.
This is...
I've had enough of this place. Alright. Wait, was there someone else? Somewhere else I could have gone? Like, looks like I can walk this way and that way. Or is that all the same place? Yeah, it's all the same place. Alright. Very useful. Thanks to the host. How you doing?
A sign on this dinosaur bone display says, "Please touch." Either these bones feel lonely, or the museum wants you to learn more about the bones by coming into close personal contact with them. You pick it up and place it in your purse.
I don't think that's what they meant. But okay. I have a dinosaur bone now. That feels highly illegal. I mean, it's probably just a replica, but still.
Achtung!
Yeah.
Tourists are not allowed in this room at this time. You are disturbing the paintings. Raus! You leave now! Mach schnell!
Just wanted to check he was still in here. Yes, he is. So, that's why I came from, I believe. Yes. Yes, I'm a huge fan. So, maybe someone's in the gift shop? Nope. And I don't see the dagger. So maybe someone's outside? Actually, I'll save. Since I've, well, found things. Well, earlier he was very worried about the Mastodons. So. No, he's not too concerned with those anymore. I don't know why.
The suit of armor is empty.
Wait.
The helmet on this Italian suit of armor, circa 1460, is interesting because it's a barboot which lacked protection for the lower part of the face. The barboot is sometimes called the barboot sallet because, like the 15th century sallet, it doesn't enclose the whole head, offering most of its protection to the top. Unlike the barboot, however, the sallet is often characterized by a reinforced forehead plate and an elongated pivoted nape defense. It is, however, difficult to differentiate between the barboot, the sallet, and the bassinet. The shallow barboot resembles the sallet, while the deep barboot resembles the bassinet. Then again, who really cares?
Gee, thanks. What I wanted to say was...
The suit of armor is empty.
That makes me very suspicious. That's like saying... I don't know, like... lead-free strawberries. I figured it was supposed to be empty. It's in a museum.
The entrance to the... A fine example of Maximilian armor, made in Germany in 1505. The steel has a characteristic silvery color. Maximilian armor was first used in Milan, which set the fashion for all Europe in matters of dress and armor.
Okay. The armor fashion capital of Europe.
A painting of The Black Prince as a Fierce Baby by Ed Botticelli circa 1560. The cheap wood frame is by the Leyendecker Museum circa 1925.
Lovely.
An empty chest from the 15th century. Although the carvings on the exterior are crude, kind of makes you...
Can I...
The chest
do
feels
anything
like
with the
wood,
chest?
and you get a small splinter in your finger when you rub your hand over the carvings.
Lovely. Nothing better than getting a small splinter stuck in your hand. Oh, the joys.
A rare 17th century English tapestry which tells the story of Teutonic warrior cockroaches that crossed into England from Germany and besieged the castle of Rochford-on-Essex. Although the cockroaches managed to storm the castle walls after a 90-day siege, The knights of the castle managed to squash the invaders when they reached the castle's inner keep. Since that great battle, the castle of Rochford-on-Essex has been free of cockroaches. Unfortunately, it has also been free of humans. 1 year after the great battle, everyone in the castle died of the plague. Shortly afterward, the castle fell into disrepair and sank into the swamp.
That's a weird story. And yes. This is that Laura Bow game. Well, the second one. Can I open that door now?
The door is locked.
No.
When you touch the door...
Still don't know about that name. What frame? The one on the painting? Yeah, it is weird.
A painting of the Black Prince as a fierce baby by...
Oh, I don't know. They sometimes do that. I don't know why. I think it's just a Sierra thing.
The placard says, "This is a granite stele depicting Horus and Thoth found in the Temple of Amon-Ra. This stele was modified during the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten, then restored during the reign of Tutankhamun."
Okay. So, I guess that's why. But yes, it is weird.
Chelsea's armor circa 1400. This specimen is unique since surviving examples of 14th century armor are quite rare. It seems to be guarding the door. The armor of Anne de Montmorency, Constable of France, worn at the Battle of San Quentin in 1570.
Why is there...
Maximilian armor from Germany, circa 50.
Why all the lessons on armor? I mean, sure, it's set in a museum. I guess that's why. What?
An inner mummy Hatshepsut built at her death.
I see blood at the bottom of it.
The mummy coffin is made of gilded wood. The mummy
Yeah, there's a dead person in there. Who's that?
There's a slight bulge in
Pippin.
Pippin's jacket, as if he's carrying something in an inside pocket.
Alright. Well, I guess he won't be meeting Yvette later. So... Pippin Carter. So,
You
jacket
lightly
pocket?
touch the blood with your finger. It's wet.
Oh no.
When you reach into Pippin's tuxedo jacket, you find a notepad in his inner pocket.
Okay. What does it say?
A notepad made of good quality paper. There's an imprint on the paper from the previous message written on the pad, but it's too faint to read. Unreadable words are imprinted on...
Fine.
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
And yes, wet blood.
You hear a disturbing gurgling noise when you poke Pippin in the chest.
Lovely. Can I...
By removing the notepad from Pippin's pocket, you have improved the appearance of his tuxedo jacket. If he was still alive, he'd certainly thank you.
I'm sure he would.
Dr. Carter seems to have suffered a severe trauma to his chest area.
Has he now? Okay. that the dagger?
Dr. Carter seems to have... You don't want to touch the...
Like, is that the dagger we're looking for?
The dagger reveals
No,
the words,
no,
made
no,
in
no.
Pittsburgh, stamped on the part of the blade that is not buried in Pippin Carter's
So,
chest. To your
stab with a
naked
fake
eye, the
dagger.
rough surface of the dagger handle doesn't appear to hold any fingerprints, but that's something for the coroner to examine in detail.
Thanks for the raid. How you doing? You decided to raid at quite an interesting time. How was his stream? And don't worry about the body we're staring at. It's fine. Nothing to worry about. He's just pretending.
The flower is fake. It has no detectable smell. A tube runs from the back of the flower, behind the lapel, down to a squeeze bulb inside the vest. When you squeeze the bulb, a weak stream of water squirts you in the eye.
But why? Why would he have one of those?
Fake. A bit of water trickles out from the center of the flower.
Seems really weird. And yeah, well, he just really likes that dagger. Because he's the one who discovered the original dagger, and he's such a joker, as you can see by the fake flower that squirts water at people. So, yeah, he's just surprised that I found him. Totally doing fine.
Pippin's nose appears to be undamaged. He does not appear to have suffered any blows to his face or nose.
Or eyes.
Pippin has a glazed expression in his right eye, staring off into eternity. At least he faced his death with his eyes open.
When she says death, she obviously doesn't mean it.
Dr. Carter's flesh is looking rather pale, as if he's not feeling well. Perhaps it's because he's lost a lot of blood.
Nah, he probably just needs some food.
Pippin's shirt is immaculate, except for a few streaks of blood. His tie is partially undone, which is something that never would have happened if Dr. Carter had been allowed to notice it.
Nah, he's just asleep. He's
By
fine.
removing the notepad from
Alright.
Pippin's pants are neatly pressed, but there are streaks of blood and a damp stain.
Alright then. Guessing that's gonna be...
The red fluid appears to be blood. This might explain Dr. Carter's pale appearance. The jacket is free of blood, but there is a bluish stain on one lapel. A close look and sniff at the stain makes you think that it's grape juice.
Alright. I mean, I'll write it down.
The flower is fake.
But yeah, he's probably just annoyed he didn't get to finish his grape juice.
The jacket is free of blood, but there are no signs of scratches or bruises on his flesh. This could mean that the murderer, assuming this wasn't a suicide, knew Dr. Carter well enough to get close and stab him without arousing any suspicion. Or it could just mean that Dr. Carter was completely taken by surprise when someone assaulted him from the shadows.
I mean, based on the whole bloody footprint outside the coffin and him being locked in what seems to be a pretty narrow space, I don't think he did that to himself. But I could be wrong. anything in his
Close
ear.
look reveals that Pippin kept his ears very clean.
Lovely.
No cavities in his teeth. The tongue is arched as if to say, You're not sure if the gaping mouth means he was trying to scream or that rigor mortis is setting in, stretching his face muscles. However, he has only been here a short time. Pippin isn't breathing, but you detect the smell of garlic on his breath.
Okay.
It isn't a pleasant smell.
So, he ate garlic. Yes. Yes, that was a nice touch.
There are no signs of scratches or bruises, or it could just... His hair is a bit greasy, as if he hasn't washed it today. It has a slight smell of cigarette smoke, which is probably from the party.
So... anything
That's
else?
not the sort of thing you want. That's not...
Fine. His eyes?
right eye is somewhat bloodshot, as if he's been working long hours recently in preparing the ancient Egypt exhibit for public display. The pupil is very small, which is either a reaction to bright light or to a sudden shock of some kind.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay. Like... if the pupils are relaxed, they're... large. So, like, why would his muscles still be contracted? Well, I'm not an expert.
His nostrils are flared, as if in anger or surprise.
It's like he was
And
frozen.
in life, he's looking down his nose at you.
So, yeah, I'm guessing that's all the information I'm going to need.
The red fluid appears to be blood. A close look at the dagger. To your naked eye, the rough surface of the dagger handle doesn't appear to hold any fingerprints, but that's something for the coroner to examine in detail.
Alright. Well. Police actually being present.
You scream like a banshee, lass. Did you kill the man then?
No.
No, I just walked in here and found him.
I suppose that would explain your screaming then. Did you see the murderer?
No.
All right, I'll talk to you later after you've had a chance to calm down. Just don't try to leave the building.
Alright. What time was it? I already forgot. Probably should have saved. Did I save? Act 3. Whatever. On the cutting edge.
You're doing a fine job, Laura.
Thanks, narrator.
Having already interrogated the guests, Detective O'Reilly is now discussing the murder with the staff members as they leave the party. It would be best if you don't interfere.
Okay. And I'll restore to here, because I still want to know what time it was. So that's 8:45. No, 8:15. 8:15.
Did you kill the man then?
No, I
So
just walked in
end of
here
Act 2,
and
and
found
it's
him.
8:15
I suppose
p.m.
that would explain your screaming then. Did you see the murderer?
No.
All right.
Unless I forgot how to read the time, which, well. Wait. I'm guessing this time I didn't pick everything up? Or did I? Wondering what the narrator is going to say about it.
You're doing a fine...
Okay, nothing, I guess. Whatever. So... Wait. So it's 10 now. Interesting. Who's that?
Hi, Miss Bow. I'm Ernie Leach. Dr. Carrington told me you could stay a while and talk to the staff.
Okay.
I've got to lock the doors, so just come and find me when you're ready to leave. Dr. C also has a key, but you don't want to bother him about that.
Thank you, Mr. Leach.
Just be careful where you go. Wolf will get upset if he finds you downstairs. See you later.
Okay. Well.
Did you manage to learn anything from your interviews, Detective O'Reilly?
Don't bother your little head about it, lass.
It's my job, sir.
This is an official murder investigation, Miss Bow. Do not be interfering.
Oh, I don't mean to interfere. I just want to know what's going on. Any leads so far?
Dr. Carter died as the result of someone sticking a gift shop dagger in his chest. What more do you need to know?
Well, for one thing, who did it?
Someone who didn't like him. That's my guess.
Yes.
Brilliant deduction.
If you think that you can do better.
I can try.
Oh, wunderbar. Now we've got the amateurs involved.
I may not be a detective, but I'm terribly clever. I've solved murders before.
Just stay out of me way, lass, and don't destroy the evidence.
Certainly not.
Yeah.
Alright. Anyways, yes, I do have an analog clock. There's one right that way. You can't see it on stream because it's way out of frame, but it's there. And I do still have watches. So, analog watches. 2 of them. So, yeah.
This door is locked.
Wait, who did she murder? I mean, I'd say it was... Well, she did shoot Rudy, but he survived. Yeah, but he survived. He was arrested.
Good evening, Dr. Carrington.
Good evening, Miss Bow. Good evening.
Good evening,
Good evening, Miss Bow.
So where are they going? Okay. Wait, what? What was that?
The glint doesn't glint when you hold your finger on it. The oil paint on the canvas is old and cracked, but you can still see the characteristic brush strokes of anonymous... A typical light-hearted painting by anonymous Bosch called A Heartwarming Story, depicting dead humans being tormented by skeletons and demons in hell. The white marble bench feels cold. You recall from your...
Honestly, what is that?
Glint doesn't...
Oh, there.
Inspecting the painting carefully, you note the...
What about this thing? Oh, wait, what?
Jeepers! The shiny key on the painting even feels real. Probably because it is. Although you have a natural attraction to shiny objects, this one is firmly attached to the painting and obviously can't be removed by hand.
Well, I guess I found a skeleton key. Lovely. I just need to find a tool to remove it with.
It's a rather attractive wall.
Oh, yes.
You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office.
Well. Got a glass for that.
Thank you for coming to see me, Olympia. This is very nice of you.
You're very welcome, my dear. What can I do for you?
Oh, you see, I found this strange bone, and I said to myself, Yvette, if anyone can tell you what this is, it would be Olympia.
A bone, you say? How fascinating. Where did you find it?
I found it right here in the museum. Here it is, Doctor.
Now, let me see. Ha ha! Yvette, you silly girl. This is a chicken bone.
It is?
Yes, of course. For it is still greasy. You got this at dinner, didn't you?
Oh, you have caught me, Olympia. I was playing the little joke on you.
You are a funny girl, Yvette, but I am quite fond of you.
Olympia, we are the good friends, no? I have the problem I wish to talk to you about.
Oh, certainly. What is it?
Come closer so I can whisper it to you. It is very personal, and I want no one to overhear.
Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my.
Alright.
This door is locked.
Interesting conversation. Oh. Well, interesting office. What's this?
The bottle says, Dr. Moribund's guaranteed snake oil.
I'll take that. Or not. I guess not.
Good evening, Miss Bo.
Oh, you startled me.
Good. It gets the blood flowing, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose so.
I see we're looking at my snake oil.
Yes, I was.
Well, I was just looking around.
I'm sure you meant no harm.
What's the snake oil for, anyway?
It repels snakes, of course. Comes in handy when I'm working in the basement. I lost a load of Egyptian cobras down there a few weeks ago, and I occasionally come across one of those little darlings. Those snakes always want to bite me, but I'm sure they don't mean anything by it. It's just their way. They get nervous very easily, you know. Normally, I love to watch them kill things. My Barney will kill anything he can sink his teeth into.
Charming.
Well, I'd like to chat some more, but I've got to rush off and meet that young Steve fellow. He promised to show me his scars. See you later.
Well, Steve sure gets around.
It's an intercom slave unit. Feels like an intercom.
I'm guessing that means I can use the thing? Or not?
not a good idea.
Fine, I won't touch the cobra.
You decide that's the skull of the long-extinct horned rhesus, known in academic circles to be the source of much controversy regarding it as evidence for the extraterrestrial origin of primate evolution.
Alright. Lovely. I'm guessing I'm supposed to translate that eventually. It does have repeating characters, so that's my guess.
The cloth seems to be covering something up.
What's that?
It's half of the famed Rosetta Stone.
Alright.
It's
Ah, there. Now I can actually look at it. Alright. Lovely. I'll actually have to write those down. So NOPQRSTUVWXYZ. Pretty sure that's not how the original looks, but it's fine. Okay. There. I'm sure this puzzle is going to be worth it. Totally not going to be a waste of time. Yes, yes, I do know of it. These sure are some interesting signs. Alright. So what do we have here? I only know some of them, so... Don't know that letter. P... U Y. I'm guessing that's a space since it's that common. So I'll get an additional piece of paper to try and translate this thing. So we've got blank space P U and Y space. Then we've got a W O. Actually, they're different types of birds. Yeah, they have a bunch of different types of birds. So that bird isn't the U bird. So that's just a blank for now. And blank, blank. Blank, blank. Two. Two. T. W? Yeah, I do think that's a W. Okay. Then Y blank space. Not sure if the word continues from here to there. So, don't know. Anyways, I don't have all the letters, so. I have seen the word two, but that's pretty much it. Maybe I'll find the rest of the alphabet. Oh, what was that?
Heavy stone masonry. Each block must weigh hundreds of pounds.
Yeah, and there's some weird rectangle on it.
Up close, you're able to verify that these are big stone blocks.
I mean, I don't know if the...
Don't touch the window. You'd merely annoy the cleaning staff.
Alright. I mean, I figured they'd be pretty annoyed about, well... Actually, what's this?
There's an array of rare cockroaches in the display case.
Lovely. Alright then. I've always wanted to see an array of rare cockroaches. Where'd he go?
Good evening, Dr. Carrington.
Good evening, Miss Bow. Good evening.
Can I not talk to him? Yes, I can. So, the medallion?
Ah, yes. You'll see that symbol throughout our Egyptian exhibit. It seems to be a staple of ancient Egyptian theology and philosophy.
Okay.
We have many exciting paleontological specimens here, Miss Bow. Talk to Dr. Miklos if you're interested in learning more.
Sure, I will.
Miss Bow, I read for pleasure. I can't imagine Dr. Carter would possibly have written anything personal that I would find the least bit interesting.
Lovely. Oh! Wow! She actually wrote those down. Lovely. So I can double check later.
Talk to Dr. Miklos about that if you want to know more. She translates hieroglyphs as a hobby.
Well, I guess we have something in common.
The wood file drawer is locked. Yvette is the only person who can open it.
Well, that seems like a murder weapon.
You don't need to type anything.
Yep, good point. Should probably save, but I should probably also pick this up.
You pick it up and...
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to save when I'm outside again.
Since it's just a slave intercom unit, it has no buttons and can only receive messages. Nice material.
What is that?
There's a homey old Norwegian phrase stitched into this needlepoint. An axe in the hand is worth two in the bush. Words to live by. A matched pair of crossed battle axes left over from this room's previous occupant. The file label reads, Medieval Armor Collection. The file label reads, the file label reads, the file label reads, the file label, the file label, the wood file drawer is locked. Yvette is the only person who can open it.
Fine. Still can't save in here. Wait. That's a fancy ceiling.
The stiff quills look especially sharp under magnification.
Can I steal one of those?
Those quills are
No.
sharp.
I guess not. What's that?
Yes, it's definitely a desk clock. It says made in Switzerland in the fine print on the clock face, which you can barely read due to the glare on the glass.
Can I take it?
Don't touch it. A handsome desk clock.
Lovely.
Don't touch.
So, anything else on here?
Countess and Ziggy at 1 a.m. Medieval armor display.
Okay.
The President's chair.
Yeah, figured. So, Countess and Ziggy.
Countess and Ziggy at 1 a.m. Medieval armor display.
Okay. Fine. Guess I should have saved after all. So, anything else?
It's President Carrington's stuffed porcupine, Spiny Norman. It's the latest thing in office telecommunications technology, an intercom master unit. You touch the intercom unit, completely missing the buttons. And the whole point, apparently.
Oh, damn.
You touch the intercom unit. You touch the...
That's a button.
You touch the intercom unit.
Okay, I can push buttons.
You touch...
So many buttons.
You touch... You touch...
Lovely. So, anything else? Like, what's this thing?
Carrington's dead.
Phone
Using
list.
your remarkable powers of deduction, you conclude that this little book contains phone numbers.
Wow.
Phone numbers. T. Dargan, WP 5125. R. Williams,
Okay.
EL 4468. I did it. SH.
I did it. Wow.
Be safe. KL 0527. U Hoser. LI 2077. And yet. KL 4004. E Leach. BR 1833.
Lovely.
Phone numbers.
And that is a phone.
As with so many other things in this museum, this phone is dead.
Well.
This door is locked.
Wait, how did I get in here? Was it through a locked door? If that's the case, I might be in trouble.
This door is locked. The door to Yvette Delacroix's office.
Yep. I'm locked in here. Lovely.
This door is...
And I can't reload. Thanks, game.
You put your hand in the fireplace. You remember when you were a little girl and used to burn your fingernails off. Unfortunately, except for this little trip down memory lane, there's no other point in doing this.
So, can I do anything? No. Good question. But yeah, maybe.
Don't touch it. That's not the sort of thing you want to examine too closely. Upon close inspection. Locked drawers.
Fine.
The president's chair. The mask of El Bupentat, the Hottentot god of war. Hottentot
Interesting
warriors
name.
would invoke their god of war with the battle cry, "Boop boop a doop." This battle cry reputedly struck fear into the hearts of their enemies, who were usually the Poppentats who lived across the river. The war mask of the Poppentat tribe. The Poppentats would strike fear into the hearts of their enemies, the Hottentots, by wearing these masks into battle and screaming their battle cry, "Pop goes the weasel," which translates roughly as, "Go back to your own side of the river, you Hottentot wimps." The Hottentots hated the Poppentats primarily because the Poppentats kept stealing all the Hottentot women. Actually, the Hottentot women kept defecting to the Poppentat tribe because they had better food, better villages, and men who bathed regularly. You might say that the Poppentats were the first Yappies. The tribal death mask of the Hottentots. The mask of El Whoopentot, the god who scares Hottentot children. Hottentot elders told stories of how El Whoopentat would jump down from the roofs of Hottentot mud huts to steal the noses off children who didn't behave properly. Anthropologists attribute the El Whoopentot stories to tribal myth, but the ancient records reveal that many Hottentots lived their adult lives without noses. There's a moral here somewhere.
Sure.
The tribal death. Don't touch it. Don't
Fine.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't. Upon close inspection. First editions of classic literature.
Show off.
Looks aren't. Numerous hefty tomes on the topic of medieval armor. Looks aren't.
Well, write and read.
The collected catalogues of the Smithsonian Museum. Don't touch it.
So...
Feels like a handsome... Don't touch it. It's the book. Don't touch it. Don't touch. It might be a trick of the light, but one side of the painting seems closer to the wall than the other.
Weird. Huh. A safe. Lovely.
Don't touch it. Don't.
I don't even know how these things work. Yeah, it didn't open. Maybe the phone book has some of the answers to this thing. They were 4 numbers each, so... How about the first one? 5... 1... 2... 5. No. Oh!
Achtung! This president's office is verboten! Leave now or die!
Alright then. That sure was interesting. So... I'll save. Do I want to try and get into that safe again? Maybe.
This door is...
Ah. So we're further back than I expected.
You hear
Wait, muffled voices.
Come a little closer, Monsieur Najir. I am wanting to show you something.
And what would that be, Miss Delacroix?
Look at the palm of my hand.
It is a lovely palm, to be sure. But what am I supposed to see?
You see this line, Monsieur? It is my love line.
My goodness, Miss Delacroix. It goes all the way up your arm and disappears up your sleeve.
Would you like to see where it ends up, Ramses? Have you ever been to Paris, Ramses?
No, I can't say I ever have.
Then you have never seen the Eiffel Tower?
No.
Well, by all means, let me show you.
Miss Delacroix, please. I'm a married man. Oh, dear.
Have you forgotten who let you into the museum, Ramses? Have you forgotten who showed you the secret room for your little ceremonies? You haven't, have you?
No, I haven't, but...
Then you will let me give you the grand tour of the tower, no?
We'll have to go somewhere else. I don't feel safe here.
Lead the way, monsieur.
Excuse me?
You don't hear.
Good. Alright. That was plenty of information. So, how about I did it? Which should be 0. Two. 4. 4. Nope. Alright.
Achtung!
So. Don't know what the correct order of doing all these things is going to be. Like, was I supposed to take anything in there? Oh, I took something from the trash, but that's it. Okay. So, going back here. Over to look at the stuff. So, take that and look at this.
It's half.
Okay. Guessing it's now in her notebook.
It's your
Right? Yes. Lovely. Can I look at the snake oil?
The snake oil certainly smells bad.
I'm sure it does.
Good evening. Oh, good.
Well,
I see what.
well,
I'm sure.
What's this?
It repairs
Okay.
snake job. Well,
Can't talk to her though. I'll look at this stuff and leave. Alright. I'll overwrite that save. Check the trash can. Get that.
You pick it.
And go over here. So.
Come a little closer. Look at this food. Well, have you, please. You hear nothing.
There. So, I'll look at all this stuff.
Countess and Ziggy at 1 a... Countess... Don't touch... Using... Phone numbers. T. Dargan, WP 5125. R. Williams, BL 4468.
I haven't actually died on this game yet, so...
SH 0244. Be safe.
But yeah, I guess it's be safe.
U. Hoser, LI 2077. And yet, KL 4004. E. Leach, BR
I died? Really?
1833.
Right. Crossing the road. Good point. What did you notice? Fine. Alright. So... 0... 5... 2... 7. I guess not. Well, I'm sure that was a big ol' shock.
Don't touch it.
'Cause, well. Oh! What was that? Did I actually unlock it?
Not wanting to remove evidence from the crime scene, particularly when you must have broken some sort of law by opening the president's personal wall safe, you decide not to remove the diary.
Fine, so it's a diary. But I did get into a safe, so... So...
Not wanting to remove...
Fine, just read it then.
Personal diary of... It's the...
Can I not open this thing?
Glancing through the diary and the male handwriting within, it refers to Sterling's growing fear that the Countess only married him for his money, and that she could be planning to kill him. The final entry reads, Yvette fears her too.
Wow.
Glancing through the diary and the male handwriting within, it refers to Sterling's growing fear that the Countess only married him.
It was written by Sterling. So, that sure is interesting. Okay, so can I close it again? Come on. And just spin it to close it again.
That would...
Oh. Didn't close it properly. It's fine. Should have closed it.
Achtung!
Fine. I'll do it again. Yes, I can.
You pick it up. You hear muffled Carrington.
Oh, right. Need to listen to those two again.
Come and look at this food. Up there, where please. You hear nothing.
Okay. Phone book.
Use it. Phone numbers. T. Dargan, WP 5125. R. Williams, BL 4468. I did it. SH 0244. Be safe. KL.
If you're talking about the names being silly, then yes, I know.
LI 2077. And yet KL 4004. E. Leach, BR 1833.
What about the names? Well, R. Williams, Roberta Williams, possibly? I don't know. What about the letters? I mean, there's WP, there's BL, SH, KL, LI, KL, and BR.
Phone numbers.
So.
T. Dargan, WP 5125. R. Williams, BL 4468. I did it. SH 0244. Be safe. KL 0527. U. Hoser, LI 2077. And yet, KL 4004.
Oh, Tribune.
E. Leach.
Wow.
BR 1833.
Fine.
Countess and Ziggy at one.
So. Safe 0 5 2 7.
It feels. It's the note. Glancing through the diary and the male handwriting within.
Okay. Close it. Close it. So, anything else I can do in here? I don't think so.
You put your hand.
Yeah, it's not locked. Lovely.
The carbon paper crinkles when you touch it.
Carbon paper. Can I combine it with
feels
this
like
thing?
The cob. While this is an interesting approach, it serves no practical.
Yeah. Because I thought carbon paper was the stuff you use to transfer things. So, like, maybe you can use that to, well, if it rubs color off, that means you could possibly use it to figure out what's written on the page with the annotations on the page. Same thing you can do with a pencil, basically. You get what I mean?
You hear muffled voices coming through.
Oh, Yvette's office again. Did I miss it? I might have missed it. Did I?
You hear muffled voices.
Well, lass, we've known each other a long time, and I'm not ready to get married yet. But I know one thing for sure. I love you.
Oh, my great detective. This feeling, it is mutual.
Just be keeping in mind that I'd have to kill you if I ever found out you were sleeping with someone else.
Well.
What? Oh, you are to be making the little joke, no? Your sense of humor, it is magnifique.
I've already had one bad marriage, and it won't happen again. It's been a long time since I've been able to trust anyone as much as I trust you.
This is very flattering, my love. I am never to be knowing someone like you either. You are so good and so kind.
Well, I try, lass. I try. It's not easy being a cop in this town. The place is lousy with criminals, even in the police force.
Oh no, how terrible.
Sure, and it's a hard thing when a cop goes bad. I've seen it happen. A cop spends years fighting crime and watching the hoods get rich while he risks his life to make just a few bucks. The first time a cop takes a bribe, it bothers him. Oh, but then it gets easier.
You are such a strong man, my lion. You would never be accepting the payoff, no?
Sure, and I'm shocked that you'd even say such a thing, Yvette.
I'm sorry, my love. I should have known better.
You'll have to show me how sorry you are. Kiss me.
Gladly, my love. How can I resist?
Well, I'm guessing that's all. Well. Sure, found out some interesting stuff. I'm pretty sure when he said he doesn't accept payoffs, he meant the opposite.
You feel a blush creeping over your face as you look at the perfect body of Rodin's famous thinker.
Well. Guessing that's gonna be it for that conversation. Yes, good. I'll save again. No such thing as too many saves in this game. What's he doing out here?
The short, blustery man reminds you vaguely of...
He's walking around looking like a penguin. But why?
I try to stay away from paperwork, Miss Bow. It makes the brain go flaccid, eh what?
If you say so.
There's a fellow who gets the job done. You can't help but admire his industriousness, eh what?
Okay.
What a tiresome fellow. I take quite a narrow view of fanaticism.
What? Why? Why is this?
I'm sure I don't know how to answer that, I dare say.
Fair enough. I wouldn't know either. So I still don't have anything to get that key off the painting. So
Tut Smith? That's gotta be an alias. Sounds like a pharaoh on the lamb. Ernie Leach? Doesn't ring a bell. And here I was thinking I knew every leech in town.
wow. Yes, so very funny.
I don't have time for idle chat, lass.
You sure you don't? What about this diary?
Sure and begorra. The next thing you'll be asking me is where the little people keep their pots of gold. I can't tell you anything about that, lass.
Hey. Medallion?
And where did you find that thing, then?
I found
At the
it
crime
in
scene?
an Egyptian exhibit.
You wouldn't be disturbing the evidence at the crime scenes now, would you, lass?
At that point, I didn't know it was a crime scene.
Certainly hope not, because I'd have to be putting you away for tampering with evidence.
Oh, I certainly wouldn't want to tamper with evidence, sir.
I should hope not.
She could just tell him that at that point you didn't know that there was, well, a dead guy in that thing. Because at that point you didn't know. It's just how it is. And as soon as she closes, or tries to close the coffin, he shows up. So there's no way to pick that stuff up afterwards, I think. Unless the crime scene isn't blocked off. I'd assume it is. Oh, Yvette.
I am not knowing how to answer this. My English.
Okay. How about the Countess?
You already asked me this.
Fine.
I found some very interesting carbon paper in your office.
You have no right to be doing the digging around in my garbage, Miss Bow. That garbage is private, and I will not be answering the questions about it.
Fine. Have fun with your private garbage. But yes, that T-Rex is weird. Wait, what? That's a feather, I think. Yeah.
It's an unmarked wood door with faded flecks of white paint on it. The door is locked.
Wait. Are they all just wandering around the crime scene? Seems like it.
A peek into the mummy case reveals that Pippin's body has been removed.
Fair enough.
The mummy case is sealed shut.
Okay. Anything in that one?
A close look reveals brightly painted scenes of the deceased playing a board game with Amon-Ra, water skiing with the goddess Sekhmet, and drinking at a tavern with Thoth, the god of wisdom. In essence, these painted scenes served the purpose of candid family photos, even though they never actually happened. Armed with these snapshots, the deceased could try and con his way safely through the underworld to meet the gods themselves. Usually the gods had good memories and would never remember meeting the deceased, whose soul would then die of embarrassment.
Okay then. Oh, you mean because the body disappeared? Well, I'm not sure where they put it, but probably somewhere. Why is she standing over here?
Bonjour, Miss Bow. You be careful walking around in this place with the murderer loose. Stay near the Detective O'Reilly or Monsieur Heimlich.
Thanks, but I can take care of myself.
Yes, yes she does.
Ah, but you'll keep saying that until the murderer kills you. Please be careful. You seem like a very nice young woman. I would hate to see the bad things happen to you.
Did she
Bonjour,
say
Miss
Ozai
Bow.
again?
How are you enjoying the museum this evening?
I find it very stimulating.
Uh-huh.
You be careful walking around
There.
in this place with the murderer. You get no...
I don't have time for idle chat, lass.
But yeah, I can make her walk slower again. There. But I mean, she's got stuff to do. Still don't know how to get that thing. Yes.
You don't...
No, it's a skeleton key. I just don't know how to get to it. She's still gone. Pretty sure I found the secret room. It's in here.
Feels like... You hear nothing of interest.
Because, I mean, you can see the outline. There's totally a door back there. Yes, you can.
There is definitely a seam in the bricks. You detect a bit of airflow. Yes, you might even say a subtle draft emerging from the seam.
See?
Heavy stone made... Feels like... You can feel a definite
Question is how to get in there.
feels like feels like feels like feels like feel feels like feel questions are a burden to
Is there a magic word?
well-timed silence.
I guess not.
While this is an while this while this is an interesting approach, it serves no practical.
Oh, okay. Time is passing. Thanks for the bits. And thanks for the bits again.
This door is locked.
And thanks for the bits. Yes, yes you are. Can confirm.
The museum doors are locked.
Well, we're trying to figure out who murdered the unpopular guy. I'm getting annoyed with the walking speed again, so maximum walking speed. Yep, pretty much. And she keeps eavesdropping on people. Oh! Who was that?
The corpse is wearing a black tuxedo jacket. At the moment, it's a poor fit, especially around the neck.
So...
You search the pockets and find nothing but the usual lint. You decline to take the jacket with you since it apparently contains no clues and is skewered to the floor anyway.
So, whose body is this?
Your careful observation reveals that this is a rented tuxedo bearing the marks of repeated alterations. There is a stain above one pocket. A whiff reveals the strong, fresh scent of champagne. You find a large grease stain on the right sleeve. You give it a quick whiff and identify the scent of turkey hors d'oeuvres.
Okay. Well, I still don't know who it is, but I'm going to start taking notes. So, what time was it? 10 something. Like 10:30, I think.
Though it hardly seems appropriate, you marvel at the intricacy of the construction. The pterodactyl has been covered with authentic animal hide of some sort, stretched over a rigid framework. There's nothing suspicious about it, however. Upon close inspection, your careful observation, you search the left arm for clues but come up empty-handed. You find a large grease stain on the right sleeve. You give it a quick whiff and identify the scent of turkey hors d'oeuvres. Close inspection reveals that these rented tuxedo pants have been altered many times. There's a small mustard stain on one leg. The blood has begun to clot, darkening and thickening. It's difficult to judge whether or not this blood is primarily from the neck wound or the point where the pterodactyl's beak impaled the body. Or both.
So, neck wound, as in his head has been cut off. Wasn't sure if that was the case, because it could just be really weird camera angle.
You examine the free end of the wire. It's been clipped cleanly with a slight bend a centimeter or two beneath the cut end. This was no accident.
I figured.
You examine the free end of the wire. It's been clipped cleanly with a slight bend a centimeter or two beneath the cut end. This was no accident.
So. Nothing at all?
Not the sort. Your careful observation revealed the right hand and arm bend easily. Rigor mortis has not had a chance to set in. You move the arm and it flexes easily. The pants are damp and you're getting much. You search the pockets and find. You gently. The pterodactyl is cold and lifeless, which is not unusual since it's been dead for millions of years. You don't suspect it died from foul play, but you never know.
But yes, that seems to be the case. Unless... I guess the person might have been bending over while the dinosaur... I'm not sure. Because how else do you get this pose? Yes, where is the head? But, well, my question is, did that person die due to, well, whatever happened to their head? Or due to the pterodactyl?
You carefully examine the dangling end of the wire. It's a clean cut, indicating that somebody deliberately sliced through the cable from the catwalks high above.
Yeah, so there's catwalks up there. and someone was just walking around cutting them all. Or 3 people working together.
You examine the end of the wire carefully. There's no evidence of fraying. The end has been cut off cleanly.
Possible, I don't know.
Though it hardly seems appropriate. Your careful observation reveals that this is a rented tuxedo bearing the marks of repeated alteration.
Yeah, I can't save here. So, I guess I just can't figure out who it is? I mean, I know who rented a tuxedo. So, maybe I actually do know who it is. But I don't see the boots, so... Okay. 11:15, I think it was.
You eye this woman with a certain amount. Bonjour, Miss Beau. How are you enjoying the museum this evening?
I find it very stimulating.
You be careful walking around in this place.
Thanks.
But you'll...
Yes, maybe. Quite possibly. You guys not gonna react to that? No? Just gonna walk past it? You sure about that?
Good evening, Countess.
Good evening, Miss Beau.
Nothing to see here. Alright. So... What?
Dr. Carter's skin is cold and disgusting to the touch. He definitely gives the appearance of being dead.
Wait, what?
Dr. Carter's body has been indelicately crammed into the
But
suit
why?
of armor. His filmy eyes gaze in mute shock. His head is bent at an unlikely angle,
Why?
and the skin is puckered where the helmet's edges bite into the expanding flesh.
But why?
Dr. Carter's body. It's Dr. Pippin Carter, famous dead archaeologist.
Well, now he's dead.
Good evening, Count.
Good evening.
Are they gonna talk about Carter?
He was a rather good-looking fellow, don't you think? Of course, I was at the party when he died, surrounded by witnesses, but I've already told Mr. O'Reilly about all that.
The faceplate on the armor is slightly open, as if something is
Yeah. I'm still in there. Alright.
That. The door is locked.
Okay. Nobody cares.
An empty chest from the 15th century. Although the carvings on kind of makes you stop and think. The chest feels like wood, and...
Okay. Still looking for a head. Anyone seen one? Has to be around here somewhere. Any spare heads? Or anyone in there?
You don't...
No, okay. Any spare heads? Oh. Well. Well, well, well. Called it.
A paper cutter with a red blade.
Miss Bo, this is a private office.
Sure.
Oh, well, I was just looking around. Have you seen this paper cutter? It looks like it has blood on the blade.
Blood?
Mm-hmm. Yes, blood.
Oh, that's not blood. You got me all excited. It's probably just red ink. But if you're worried about Yvette, I just saw her on the way down to Ernie's office in the basement. She goes down there a lot for some reason.
Okay.
Maybe she's fond of Ernie?
Yvette is very fond of everyone, my dear. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to.
So. Anything in the
It's a
bin?
waste basket full of waste. Don't touch it.
Whose body is that? Oh. His body. Alright.
Dr. Carrington's head holds no clues that you can discover, except for the somewhat pained expression on his face.
Well, I don't think he's doing so well.
It's dripping blood.
Nope, the clock is broken.
The clock appears to have been broken at exactly 12:04 a.m. Countess and Ziggy at 1 a.m. Medieval armor display.
Well, that's not gonna happen.
Don't touch it. Don't touch. Rigor mortis has not yet begun to set in, allowing the head to move slightly on the neck when you poke at it. Don't touch it. Carrington drooled a bit when he died, and his hair could have used a good wash to get all the grease out of it. It's the dead body of Archibald Carrington III. From the position of the corpse, you suspect foul play. Neither the fingernails nor the fingers hold any clues. The fingernails hold no clues, but the right index finger has blood on the end of it, although there are no cuts evident on the hand. It's the dead body of Archibald Carrington. There's blood on the porcupine quills. From their position in his body, you infer that the blood belongs to Dr. Carrington.
CP.
The letters C and P are carefully written in blood on the desk, as if they were put there by the dying President Carrington.
CP, that would be... Who's CP? I mean, Pippin is PC, not CP. So... Who could he be referencing? Don't know.
The letters C and P are carefully written in blood on the desk, as if they were put there by the dying President Carrington.
Bad. His first name is Archibald. So we've only got people whose surnames start with C. Nobody's first name starts with C. So I really don't know who he's referencing. I'm guessing this is a person, possibly the person who killed him. So at least if we go the study in Scarlet logic, so I'm guessing they are referencing Study in Scarlet. It's been a while since I read it, but, well.
Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been.
The thing is, Carter's already dead at this point.
While this is an interesting approach, it serves no...
So... Can I save in here? No, I can't. to 7.
It's the personal diary.
Still in here. Okay. Come on, close it.
It feels.
Close the safe. There.
One of those new portable typewriters. At a mere £50, you can take it anywhere. Well, you could if it was useful to you, which it isn't, so forget it.
How heavy is 50 pounds in kilos? Is anyone good at converting those? Okay. Wow. Alright. Sounds like a lot to carry around. I mean, sure you can lift it, but, like, carrying that stuff... no. Still looking for a head. Yes, I know how to Google things. Problem being that currently playing a game. So, tabbing out of the game to Google stuff is, well, inconvenient. So I figured I'd ask. Oh. The head's on this wall, isn't it? Is there a head that wasn't there before?
This is the life. This.
Come on.
This. The head is from Brazil.
Okay, it's not that one. All of those were there before, I think. Is that one?
It's the head of a.
No.
This. The plaque says that this is the missing link. Well, he's hardly missing if he's right here on the wall. You gently palpate the room, and the head is attractive.
Fine.
Seems to be covered with a paint like. Seems to. What fine craft. Seems to be. What fine. Seems to. Seems.
Because, I mean, best place to hide a head would be a wall of heads, right? Right?
Seems to be.
Just me? Just can't seem to find it. Yeah, I guess I need to check all of them.
What fine. Seems to be. What fine. Seems to. Seems to. Seems. 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 What. Seems. What fine. What. Seems to be covered with a.
Fine.
What.
So.
Seem. What fine. Seems to. What fine. What.
Seems like the.
Seems to be covered
this.
with a paint-like substance.
It seems like that is what she does when she looks at the background. Oh, there it is. Alright. Well. Found it. It's
Ziggy's head.
Indeed. So I guess the guy who died was Ziggy. Yes, well, the guy who was beheaded.
It's...
Yes, it's Ziggy's
oh,
head.
No, that doesn't look like a life mask.
Yeah, because it isn't.
Oh no.
Okay. Oh, found his head.
What is going on in here?
Murder.
I'd say you've got some explaining to do, young lady. Why are you screaming?
I found Mr. Ziggy's head.
Very odd how you are always finding the bodies, Miss Bow. I think we should be going back to my office and interrogating you now.
Here now, Wolf. The young lady just found a man's head. Give her a moment before you get out your thumb screws then.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly.
Don't thank me, lass. I'm not saying you didn't kill the man. I'm just trying to restrain Mr. Heimlich's enthusiasm for his job.
But I will get results. Let me talk to her privately.
Now I realize you're just trying to help, Wolf, but I think we can learn what we need from the lass without harming her.
She could lie and you'd never know it. You Americans are too soft on your criminals.
I just walked in and found his head, that's all.
Well, Mr. Heimlich does have his point, lass. It's a wee bit curious that you keep showing up at the murder scenes before anyone else. How do you explain that, then?
Just lucky, I guess.
Well, you do seem a wee bit small to be sawing off a man's head. I'll say that much.
Thanks.
This Fräulein could have had help. Or maybe she's very clever.
Or maybe you're trying to pin the murders on her, so you can find the murderer and save your job, eh?
Maybe.
My job is quite secure, Herr O'Reilly.
Oh, really now? A security chief who allows burglars to steal the exhibits, then overlooks several murders happening under his nose. I'd think twice about your security methods if I was running things here.
This is hardly the place to discuss my methods, Herr O'Reilly. We have a suspect to interrogate.
Correction. We have a murder scene to investigate. We can talk to the lass later when she's had a chance to calm down.
Yes.
Thank you again, sir.
You're a sturdy one, I'll say that much for you. One scream and you've got your head together again, so to speak. Just don't try to leave the museum.
Oh.
I can't leave.
Yeah.
I'm locked in.
Good. We won't have to worry about you then. All right, Wolf. We've got work to do.
I
Let's
can't
go get the
leave.
crime scene tour.
There's a murderer around. But we're all locked in here. Yay. Yeah, just leave the head on the wall. It's fine. Uh-huh. A bit early for that. It's like 1926, right? So just a teensy bit early. I'm not sure when the party itself started exactly, but as in the political party. Because, well, that's mainly German history. Fine, I guess they were. But, like, I'd say it was rather different in the 20s from what it turned out to be. still a tad suspicious that, well, good point, it might be her. Because, well, at the very least, I don't think she's going to be... Sure, I'll check the shop again. It was locked last time, but it might be open now.
This door is locked.
Still locked.
Don't touch it.
So...
You'd like to reach out and touch the Ramses bust.
It is still there.
The door is locked.
Not precisely, no. Like, possibly the sun god? I don't know. Okay. Guessing that body's still in here. Yep, it sure is.
You hear muffled voices
Oh.
coming through the door to Yvette's office. Oh, Dr. Smith, I appreciate your help so much.
Well, I don't particularly appreciate giving it. I have things to do, Miss Delacroix. Important things.
Uh-huh.
But surely you can spare the time to help me move my desk, no?
Oh, I suppose. Why do you want to move it anyway?
Oh, there is a terrible stain on the rug. I don't want it to show. We don't have to move the desk very far.
All right. Oh, it's heavy. Oh!
Oh, I am so sorry. Did you hurt yourself?
Yes. Oh no, I'm bleeding. You owe me one, miss.
But of course, Mr. Smith. I'll do anything you say. Anything. Didn't I let you in when you asked? Didn't I keep your secret?
Yes, I suppose you did. And I'm sorry about bleeding on your carpet. At least it'll blend in with the old stain. What is that anyway?
Oh, it is only strawberry jam.
I'm sure I don't want to know, Yvette.
Probably
Sure.
not, Dr. Smith. Now, let's go to your place.
I think Yvette might be the one murdering people. Just think that might be the case. So they moved her desk. Apparently. Because apparently there was a bloodstain somewhere around there. So let's see about that. Well, she said it's strawberry jam. She didn't say she doesn't know. So she knows it's blood. Unless there's an actual strawberry jam stain on top of everything else, which I guess it's possible, but I doubt it. So, which way was the office? Not that way, the other way. Right? You'd think I'd know my way around this place, but no, I don't. I really don't. Ah, there it is.
Tiny dust mites are barely visible, crawling around in the fibers and dust in the rug.
I don't think they're big enough to be seen
Tiny dust
like that.
The light bulb is on. You find it very illuminating.
I
The light bulb
don't have a map. That's the thing. Not making one. Okay. I can turn off the lamp.
Don't touch it. It feels like a wood chair. It feels... The surface of the desk is very clean, as if it's dusted or wiped regularly. An Art Deco rug. Yvette covered the rug with the desk because she hates the Art Deco style, even though it's very trendy right now. A scuffed wooden floor. Don't touch it.
Doesn't really look like it's moved. True that. So... Still weird.
Feels like cool.
Well, try the glass again.
You hear nothing of it.
No.
You hear...
I mean, that doesn't mean she hears nothing, just whatever she's hearing might be boring. So.
The glint doesn't glint when you... A typical light...
So, how did I do this last time?
Inspecting the painting carefully, you note the bloody quality of the red pigment and recall that Bosch was no...
Yes. Yes, I did.
This skeleton key is inscribed with eerily articulated markings, the weird orthography of a long-dead tongue. It offers no clue as to what it unlocks. Pandora's box, perhaps?
So, can I use this
While
somehow?
this is
No. The glass?
You hear no...
No.
You hear nothing.
Paper?
While this... It feels like a painting by... an... Inspect... This skeleton... Jeepers! The shiny key on the painting even feels real. Probably because it is...
What could I use to detach that thing? I feel like a tool would be in here.
Don't touch it. Don't touch... Don't touch it. Don't touch...
I'm sure there are.
Don't touch... Don't touch...
Fine, maybe it's not in here.
Jeepers, Laura. Not in front of witnesses.
What witness?
Don't.
There's no one around.
Jeepers.
Or is she talking about the snake?
Don't touch. Don't touch. Don't.
Like, is this any better?
Jeepers.
No. True that.
Nice. They're too high on the wall. Besides, you have no use for them.
If you say so.
The wood file drawer is locked. Don't touch it.
Good evening, Countess.
Good evening, Miss Bow.
Alright. Good talk. Is that a cat?
The corpse is wearing a black tuxedo jacket. At the moment, it's a poor fit, especially around the neck.
Yeah,
The right hand of this unfortunate soul is flung out to the side.
This would be Ziggy.
The left arm and hand displayed out to the side. A quick glance reveals nothing grasped in the hand or up the sleeve.
Okay. So... Oh, time passing. Who's dead now?
The door is
still locked. Oh right, I've already been here. Well, she's still alive. Still in here. I guess she didn't screech when she saw that body.
this door.
Well, whoever's dead, it's not the Countess. And that's as much as I know. Maybe there's something
Don't touch it.
I could use over here.
The food and champagne look good.
No, guess not.
Don't be greedy. The food. Don't be.
So, I mean, maybe there is no new corpse yet. There is that option. Who knows? I mean, I doubt it, but possible. But to be fair, there are 2 rooms that I can't access right now. There's this one, and then there's the secret room. Like, the secret passageway, that thing. Anything in here yet? Nope. That one's still closed. So now what?
A house pet, tastefully prepared for battle in 16th century armor.
Tastefully. Why would you take your dog? Whatever. I guess it was, well, not the modern sense of the word pet. Because you probably don't want your dog to get stabbed, right? I mean, I guess that's why you put armor on it, but taking your dog to war seems
Feels
like a bad idea. But maybe that's just me? Like, your family dog, maybe not the right idea to try and have it participate in warfare. Unless they train their dogs to fight, which I doubt. Good point.
It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. His name is Rex. Isn't that clever? A small sign identifies this dinosaur as an iguanodon, which means iguana tooth. However, from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's point of view, this dinosaur could be identified as dinner.
Alright then. I guess taking your pet dogs to war was a thing. People are weird. Alright. But yeah, nothing's changing. Which is why I'm wandering around like that. Going to the same rooms over and over. So. Well, I'm not saying there were no war dogs, just that I'd assume those weren't pets. You know what I mean? Like, today you have quite the difference between a family pet dog or, like, a dog that's trained to be a working dog. Because you want different sorts of behaviors. How is she the only one around? Where did everyone go?
I simply don't know how to answer that, my dear. Well, I do wish they wouldn't let the handyman in during social functions. He's not even dressed properly. Why isn't that one of those darling little Egyptian thingies?
Yes, darling.
Do you know anything about the circumstances of Ziggy's death?
Ziggy's... no, I'm afraid I don't know a thing about that dreadful little man.
Alright. What about his death?
I bore rather easily, dear girl. Do let's move on to another subject,
Alright, so that death hasn't been reported at all yet. Don't know why. Seems like I'm kind of stuck. Like, how do I even report it? And yes, it definitely was suspicious. But where are all these people?
Jeepers, Lord.
What witnesses? There aren't any. So, can I report his
Don't
death?
touch it. Don't. You touch the intercom unit. It's a button, presumably for communicating with other officers. There was silence. Questions are about... Don't touch it.
Maybe I'm missing something.
Spiny Norman. Form. The clock appears to have... It's Carrington's desk, which is now the scene of his demise as well.
Yep.
It's the pale left hand of Carrington's corpse. The fingers are showing signs of lividity. Rigor mortis has not yet begun to set in, allowing the head to move slightly. Don't touch it.
Ouch!
Don't touch. Don't touch. Don't touch it. You don't know where it's... Don't touch. Don't touch. You presume the dripping blood belongs to Carrington, since the porcupine was stuffed. Carrington drooled a bit when he died. The porcupine's eyes have bugged out of his head under the great weight of Dr. Carrington. You presume it's the dead body of Art. Neither the fingernail... The fingernails hold no clues. Upon close Don't touch it.
Very confused. Like, why is everyone gone? So I still need to figure out how to get the key off the painting, and I'm guessing the key is for the office door, so still need to figure out how to get in here.
The walls in this hallway are dark and foreboding.
Is there a way for me to get in here at this point, or is it just going to be a waste of my time to try and get in here? Okay.
Feels like cool. Feels like.
Guess I'll use the magnifying
Up
glass.
close, you're able to verify that up. The seam in the bricks is very deep. The draft from the seam ruffles your hair as you examine the rough bricks. Up close. Up close. Up close. Up. Someone keeps the walls very clean around here. The floor seems to be made of high-quality Italian marble. Of course, it's hard to tell these days with all the new synthetics. Oddly enough, the portion of the floor near the central column is covered with fine scratches.
Mm-hmm.
Up close. Up. Feels like.
So how do I open this thing?
Feels like you can feel a definite.
Okay. Yeah, I think I might need a hint.
Feels like cool.
Maybe I'm just clicking on it wrong. It's possible.
Feels.
Hmm. Actually, can I use this on the pad?
This is an interest.
No.
It's your official New York Daily Register News Tribune.
I guess not.
The carbon paper crinkles when you touch it. It's used carbon paper.
So...
A magnifying. Feels like. There are words typed on the carbon paper, but you can't read them this way.
Why not?
The carbon paper. There are unreadable words. The carbon.
Hmm.
While this.
No.
It feels. While this.
Don't know. Anyways. So... Yes, maybe. Oh, right. I actually have an idea now. There.
Backlit. You can read the words typed into the carbon paper. Ernie, Big Al called to see if you could do some fencing for him next week. He says he'll make it worth your while to do a fast fencing job.
Okay. Big Al. Who's Big Al? There. So. Don't know who Big Al is. Who could that be? I mean, it might be like a code name or something. Because, well, don't know who else it would refer to out of the people we've met. So, still, don't know how to get into this place. Yeah, I wish I could ask the wall. That would actually be very handy. Okay. Well, I still don't know what it means. Oh, well, there's this guy.
Blush creeping over.
Do I turn this guy?
You touch the cool bronze.
Because it's the thinking pose? I guess not.
You feel a blush.
Fine.
What perfect burnishing. You can't imagine how long it must take. It's made of fine Corinthian marble. A close inspection reveals that this is not real marble. It's an imitation marble invented by Claudius Brutus Apollonius Biggus Blimpus Maximus, known to his friends as Fatus Rotundus. Fatus was ahead of his time, since the world was not yet ready for synthetic marble. Fatus also invented radar, but nobody knew what to do with it. Radar technology was then forgotten until World War II, and Fatus never got any credit for it. Fatus Rotundus died in obscurity, his genius unrecognized. It's made of pitted marble. It's made of marble. Feels like cool marble. Feels like cool marble. A close inspection revealed that is better. There's a thoughtful-looking gentleman. What does his plaque say? Claudius, BC 10 to AD 54. Enthroned by the Praetorian Guard after the assassination of his odious nephew Caligula, Claudius accomplished much for the empire. Although weak and timid by nature,
Big plaque.
he proved to be a noble statesman. He built the famous Roman aqueducts and conducted a successful campaign against Britain. His fourth wife murdered him with a poisoned mushroom. She didn't miss him, but the rest of the empire did. Oh dear, he looks somewhat dissipated. Let's read his plaque. Caligula, BC 37 to AD 41. Caligula started out a decent enough chap, but shortly after he became emperor, he was seized with a severe illness which unsettled his reason.
Just tiny bit.
Consequently, his name has become a byword for frantic cruelties and insane imaginings. The grotesque atrocities of his reign were ended when he was assassinated by the Praetorian Guard in a grimy tunnel beneath the Colosseum. Nobody missed him either.
The dates,
Oh dear. Caligula, BC 37 to AD 41.
You think?
Caligula started out a decent enough chap. No. There's a thought. Claudius, BC 10 to 8. Although we is 4.
I don't know.
Oh my, he looks dour. Let's see who he is. Tiberius, BC 42 to AD 37. Tiberius disliked most everyone and practiced the strictest economy with funds devoted to public amusement. Consequently, most everyone disliked him. Although he was perceived by the upper classes as a suspicious, ill-natured tyrant throughout his reign, he ruled the empire with a firm, capable hand, and Rome prospered. He was most probably smothered by his nephew Caligula, although no one is quite sure to this day. Nobody missed him. What a handsome fellow. Let's see what the plaque says. Caesar Augustus, BC 63 to AD 14. Octavian, great-nephew and adopted son of Julius Caesar, he assumed the name Augustus after his sound defeat of Mark Antony left him supreme master of the Roman world. He was the first of the true Roman emperors, not counting Julius, who didn't live long enough to enjoy the title, and established the Pax Romana throughout the empire. His wife murdered him with a poisoned fig. He was a pretty nice fellow for an emperor, and everybody missed him.
I like the part about whether or not they were missed. But, yeah. I think Caligula was one of the pretty mad ones. I held a presentation at school about several emperors a while ago. But, well. It was specifically about the insane stuff they did. So that was fun. Well, it's been a while, so I don't remember most of it.
The door is locked.
But if I remember correctly, there was one emperor whose wife, I don't know if they were married or anything like that, but, well, whose female companion died, and the guy went pretty insane after that, and I believe had a guy castrated and then continued to call him by the name of his dead wife. So, yeah, it goes pretty deep. So, yeah. Uh-huh. But it's been a while, so I don't know which one it was. Still, nothing seems to be changing around here. And time also doesn't seem to be passing. So. Well, I don't know. Have I? Fine. Guess I'll try and...
The sculpture has a beautiful face. Its strong but sensitive lines remind you of Steve.
Alright.
You feel a blush creep. You feel. This exit will take you to the geometric pattern of the tiles on the floor, which remind you of a late Roman mosaic, and the general style of the room with its marble statuary is a definite reminder that you're in a museum.
Have you not seen Steve yet? He's the guy with the really weird voice. Yeah. That guy. Laura has a crush on him. I actually think he's highly suspicious. But we'll see. Oh. Well.
Oh dear, the light bulb blew out.
Dang it.
You hope someone will invent a reliable light bulb one of these days.
Guessing I'll need to replace the light bulb. Right. Whee! I'm dead. Yeah, I'm trying to use those stairs.
Don't touch. Don't touch. Ouch!
Like, how am I supposed to use those? Just how? How is that supposed to work?
It's definitely a light bulb firmly screwed into a light.
But yeah, I'll try and get the light bulb from Yvette's office.
Although the light bulb is starting to cool, Although the
How long do I need to wait? Give me the light bulb. Nope, dang it. Don't turn it back on. I'm not gonna wait 3 hours for the light bulb to cool down. There.
you pick it up and place it in your purse.
Okay.
Ouch!
Oh, come on. Just replace that light bulb with this light bulb. There we go. Saving again. And can I use the stairs now? There we go. Oh, what's this place?
An office door. The glass covering the alcove is marked with the words, "For emergency use only." The glass covering...
Alright then. Lovely.
Something I can do for you, Miss Bo?
Nope, just walking around. Well, I guess I can actually talk to him.
Mr. Leech, can you let me out of this museum? I don't like it in here. People keep dying.
Sorry, Miss Bo. I seem to have lost my door keys.
Oh.
Oh, I find that very disturbing.
Me too. I can't even let myself out of the building. We're all staying here until I find those keys.
Well.
Mr. Leech, can...
Sorry, me.
That sure is... not something anyone should worry about.
Actually, I've never met the gent.
Okay.
If that fellow were any more full of himself, he'd rise up and float away like a hot air balloon. The way he carries on, you'd think he discovered Atlantis. Well, I don't see the gent too often. We working class folks don't see the big guys too often, you know what I mean?
Fair enough.
Oh, I guess he's an okay fella. For a cop. I do wish he'd stop leaving those grape stems all over the place, though.
Right, grape juice.
Quadfather? Isn't it one of those?
Nope.
I've never met the... I don't know your daddy, Miss Bo, but I'm sure he's a good fella.
Well, now you know about him.
Now there's a Weasley little fella. I've heard he's a stool pigeon. That's a dangerous way to make a living.
Is it now?
Dr. Miklos is a strange bird, but she's a decent sort all the same. I see her a lot at night working late. Sometimes she invites me in for coffee. She certainly is taken with the plate in my head. She must have looked at the scars a dozen times.
Alright. I mean, well, it seems like he possibly sells stolen goods, so they might be colleagues in a way? Don't know.
Miss Delacroix is a wonderful lady, Miss Bo. A delight to work for. That fella gives me the willies. He's always hanging around, looking over my shoulder with those suspicious eyeballs of his. Also, to tell you the ugly truth, I just haven't trusted the Germans since the war. That Kaiser guy was a real high hat.
Well,
You fought in the Great War, Mr. Leach?
Yes, I did, Miss Bo. I came back with a plate in my head and a chest full of medals, and then I couldn't get a job to save my soul.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, don't let it bother you, Miss Bo. I'm just jawing. I'm doing fine now.
and yes, he seems to be very well acquainted with Yvette, but that's something a lot of the guys in this building share in common.
Oh, he seems like a nice enough fella. I don't know him too well.
She seems to have blackmail material on practically all of them.
The Countess is a quite colorful old dame, isn't she? I can't help liking her.
Yes, I am. I mean, they've literally said that, well, it's not a coincidence people seem to be so familiar with her.
He's a quiet little fella. I think he does some accounting for the museum. Seems nice enough.
So, this game has even named the locations where they, decided to get familiar with her. I am not going to repeat those, because I'd prefer not to remember.
Well, he's an intense sort of a gent. He's all bent out of shape about this dagger business, and he hangs around Dr. Carter a lot. He looks ready to blow a blood vessel to me. Why, that's me, Miss Bo. Ernie Leach. I thought you reporters were supposed to have good memories.
Nah.
That's a pretty good paper you work for, Miss Bo. I read through it every morning at breakfast.
Alright then.
Our local cops are okay, I guess. They never give me too much of a hard time. I've heard there are some bad apples on the force, though. At least it isn't as bad as Chicago. I don't go to a laundry, Miss Bo. I wash my own clothes. It saves a few pennies. I'm not fond of the docks myself, Miss Bo. I did a short stint over there a couple of years back. I got treated like a dog and nearly got squashed flat by a huge crate of oranges.
Wow.
No, thank you.
That sounds like a great job.
At first, I wasn't sure I'd like it here in this big, spooky old place. But it was so peaceful at night, and there's so many interesting things everywhere. I really enjoy it now.
Towards the end of 1926.
Do you like New York City, Mr. Leach?
New York's my home, Miss Bo. I was born and raised here, and it's in my blood. Sometimes I think I'd like to go somewhere else, where life is a little slower. But to tell you the truth, I don't think I could ever really leave.
Well, the thing is, he is locked in here, so good luck with leaving right now.
Well, a lot of people think those places are the cat's pajamas. I used to go to them a lot, right after I got back from the war. I don't so much anymore. I guess most of you reporter sorts keep a notebook, right, Miss Bo? Be kind when you write about me.
I'll try as long as you're not a murderer.
Well, isn't that interesting, Miss Bo? I guess you reporters have to look carefully for your clues.
It's a pretty low bar.
You don't have to carry a glass around with you, Miss Bo. You can get a drink anytime you want from the refreshment table.
Well, I mean, at this point, who would trust the refreshment table?
I'm not sure, but I think it's one of those Egyptian symbols. They've got 1,000,000 of them. Oh, this whole place is full of bones, Miss Bo. If you want to know what it is, ask Dr. Miklos.
I will, if I can find her.
Yeah, I've noticed old Pippin carrying a notepad around. He probably wrote down some nasty comments for future reference. I don't have much use for carbon paper. You might ask that Ramses fella. He's a bean counter. He probably uses it.
Well, he did say that he served in World War I. So, yeah.
Mr. Leach, has 1926 been a good year for you?
Yes and no, Miss Bo. Times are tough, but at least I've got this job at the museum. That's more than a lot of folks have.
Do you like your job here at the museum?
Yes, I do. This sort of work doesn't really tax my brains, if you know what I mean. It gives me time to think.
Think about what, Mr. Leach?
Things.
You sure act like a reporter, Miss Bo.
Well, that's fitting then.
Mr. Leach, do you have any idea who might have taken the Dagger of Amon Ra?
I sure don't. Well, I halfway wonder if it wasn't one of those Egyptian fellas. They probably think I took it.
Was the dagger well guarded?
Oh, sure. It was locked up tighter than a drum. Somebody really pulled a fast one.
Do you know much about Egyptology, Mr. Leach?
No, Miss Bo, I really don't. I think it's very interesting, though. I picked up a book about it in the museum shop, but I haven't had time to read it yet.
Sure, that's what he was going to say.
Hey, that's some of that Egyptian writing.
Uh-huh.
I've seen it in the Ancient Egypt exhibit. Dr. Carter sure is proud of that display. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Bo. I'm sorry, Miss Bo, but I'm kind of busy right now.
Fine. What's that?
You pick it up and...
Well, it's mine now.
You have no use for a sack of plaster.
Why is there a sack of plaster?
The word hippo has been stenciled on this crate's label, but somehow you find it difficult to believe that there's a whole hippo in this box.
Well, it
The
could be a
word
small
gorilla
one.
has been stenciled across the label of this large crate. Somebody's crossed out gorilla and scrawled Sasquatch underneath. Curator humor. The word wildebeest is stenciled on the crate's label. You're not quite curious enough to open up the crate and see what a wildebeest looks like.
Oh. What are you doing
It's
around here?
Olympia's ferret, Daisy. This trunk is locked.
Weird. Well, thanks for pointing it out, Ferret. Meat.
A slab of meat which smells ripe.
Lovely.
Veins of rancid fat forming abscesses that ooze copious amounts of pus run through the decomposed cut of beef. Yum, just like Mom used to make.
Lovely.
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Yum.
Don't touch it. Don't touch.
Her purse is going to smell great.
The canister is clearly empty and too heavy to be moved around. The tools are meant for esoteric activities such as gutting thickly furred mammals. Therefore, you have no use for them. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to...
Okay. Is that a unicorn?
That's 10. Is that a unicorn floating in the murky liquid? Can't be. Unicorns are mythical creatures. The container is full of an oily liquid. A wooden workbench load... A wood...
Oh, do I want some of that?
You hear nothing.
Fine.
While this is an interest...
No.
Vat 14. There's a vaguely humanoid shape floating in the murky liquid. After staring through the glass for a while, you see what appears to be white hair, or perhaps it's a large jellyfish.
Okay.
Vat 13. Indistinct shapes afloat. Vat 5. A large, hairy creature with at least one huge claw is floating in the murky liquid of the vat.
Well, I'll just leave. I don't know. A bottle.
A full bottle of Dr.
Snake oil.
Morrigan's guaranteed snake oil.
And
A slab
rotting
of
meat.
which smells ripe.
Wait. I think I found the security guard's office. Oh, that's cheese. So... Can't save in here. Yes. Yes, it is. That's quite the trap. Death from traumatic lead poisoning. Well. And I'd say those are some rather extreme weapons. Whoopsies. I think I found the room that has all the different ways to die. Yep, she's fine. Still fine. Third time? Nope. Perfectly fine. Fine. Alright. Apparently it's all electrified somehow. Yep. I don't know. Sure, she has her ways.
Although the medals are shiny and colorful, there's really no need. The intercom crackles and you hear,
Wolfie, it's Olympia. If you can hear me, meet me in the armor room at 2 o'clock. You promised to show me your private scars, remember? See you there, Wolfcakes.
Armor room, 2 o'clock. Armor room, 2 o'clock. Armor room, 2 o'clock. Oh, it's fun so far.
don't touch it.
Wait a second. If she's using the intercom, then that means she's in the main office, right? Which is the one that has a corpse that's still supposed to be undiscovered. Olympia. So she used this specific intercom? Because hers doesn't have a button to call other people with. As you can see. So... What? What? What's going on here? I'm very confused. What am I waiting for? I think I might have crashed it. Like, is there anything that's supposed to happen around here? Okay. I broke stuff. Well, that sure was an interesting way to crash the game. I duplicated the snake and I have no clue what this stick is. Alright. Well, I sure broke it good. Anyways. I'd say that's a great opportunity to end the stream. There we go. Because, well, I don't know what to do next, and yes, I saved my progress before going into the security guard's office, so should be fine. Anyways, that sure was interesting. Found out lots of stuff, and especially found a lot of bodies, so... Oh, right, my insect nets. Sure, I'll do that. Anyways, thanks for watching. I'll be streaming again on Saturday, so I'll see you guys then. Just in case anyone doesn't know yet, I stream Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And my streams usually start like 2.5 hours ago-ish. So, yes. Anyhow, is there anyone live who we might want to raid? Well. Do you guys have any specific suggestions on who to raid? Sure. We've raided her before. Oh, Indiana Jones. That's nice. Alright. Sounds good. So, thanks for watching. And I'll see you guys this weekend. Bye.